What's up, guys? Bear time. Eh, I don't know about that. I do have a red shirt on. You're not incorrect. Although that was not picked because of the market. Now what? Well, we lost 6,000, which is kind of interesting. Retested it and rejected again. So we fell into the bot puts that were to the downside. Um, I don't know. Is NQ going to continue to fail? Possibly. 2804. Hmm. We're getting more sold puts at 95, 90 here. We could we could push up. There's still some bot puts at 60, 10, and short calls have come in pretty heavy at like 615 and up. So I could see us getting kind of stuck. SMCI is making me very happy this morning. Nice, man. Yield curve reinverted by a bip. Yeah, I see that. Oh, did I delete that by accident? I did. Hmm. Not even a bip. Long duration's down bigly. Yep, says Dixie. Is UGI gonna make me a billionaire? I doubt it. Revised guidance for UGI. BTU's recent acquisition, metallurgical coal, here we come. That's actually awesome. Yeah. More exposure to metallurgical coal is good. It'll also help its PE ratios. Coal, much like tobacco, doesn't generally carry very good multiples. Um, but metallurgical coal does. I saw the Macy's news, yeah. Now that Nvidia broke 140, not only did it break 140, but it lost the recent low. So the next level that's of some importance is like 132. But out on the options chain, I don't think there's much support there. There's like a little bit of support at 35 and 30, but they're not big supports. Losing 30 would be really bad. Losing 120 even worse. Did you enter crowd? Not yet. No. Elon messing with my LMT position? Now it's personal. Yeah, I saw that. The LMT hedge from Pickles Picks has been great. It's doing what it's supposed to do. Support still puts at 90. Seems like a good entry. Yeah. I'm a little cautious of the bot puts at 60-10. Like there's not a ton of range. I might be a little more interested in selling options today than trying to trade the chop. And this is looking choppy. Spilled all of my liquidity all over your chair. Watch out. Good to know. Ball's still really low. Uh, almost back above 6. $603 breakout to 610. Resistance is 610 though. Hmm. It's a lower high. Problematic. Riley did a thing. Cool. Failed the recovery. Still supported 95.90. Isn't this just profit taking? A little bit, yeah. But there's bearish positioning above us. Hmm. NQ looks very weak though. Nvidia is selling off. AVGO down now too. Nvidia 136. Microsoft back to 415. Tesla down. Interesting. Tesla was up like 2% in the pre-market. This does look contentious. Yes, it does. Does the yield curve inverting hurt the carry trade? Um, it changes the hedging dynamics a little bit, but I wouldn't say it affects it that much. The spreads are far more important, and not the yield spreads, but the currency spread. Hmm. Yeah, the overnight breakup is actually starting to fail. If it does, there's a big gap on ES that needs filled. So they're still trying to save this support, which isn't a great one, but it is a support. Kind of thin. Much better support around 70, 65. $28.73. $28.69. Careful here, because this just might lead to more profit taking at the 6K strike. Next stop of this breaks 90. Yeah. Yeah, loss of 90 would be pretty bearish. Loss of 90 opens up a test of 70 right now. I'm doing 20% on my Jan 17, 2025, 585 SPY put. Cut loss or average down. It's up to you. What's SPY trading at? 585. Need a pretty big correction the next month. I mean, it's not impossible for this to fail, but I think they're getting a pretty good handle on volatility, and they're going to push for like new all-time highs over the next couple weeks at least. Well, at least into the end of the month. I don't know. SPX is going to get back to 585 in time. 60-30 can be achieved. Yeah, I still think that's a possibility. It'd be hard. Getting above 60, 10, 15 is going to be really difficult. That's too many. Looks like ES is going to go for another test at VWAP. Maybe. Gamma at 6,000 goes in the money. We really need to get it back above like 605 to pressure the short calls. Yeah, the chance of this failing again is fairly high. Maybe if they start shorting vol a little bit harder at like the 95, 90 strike. Haven't done it yet though. This would be the exact right time to do it though. Left a gap at 99. Hmm. Any significance of SQQQ being on Reg Show? They're probably shorting the fuck out of the calls on it. After the split. How many X multiples is NVIDIA trading at right now? No idea. Should be able to just check on your broker. It's trading at a PE of 54.22. Also looks like it caught a little bit of a bid here at 36. Break a view up on NVIDIA, it'd be bullish to the upside. Maybe retest 40. Not a bad setup. Bullish consolidation. Not too different than NQ though. For a noob, what are the colored lines? Which ones, Ryan? The ones that are like flowing through the chart? Those are EMAs. They're not very important. Kind of just like a visual cue. You don't think we'll see weakness in the end of year with leverage max out and SPX up over 40% in a year? Shouldn't there be more profit taking? Well, I think we'll see more inflation, and more inflation means more leverage and stronger dollar and higher yields. You think about Netflix today? I haven't looked at it. It was up over 903 this morning. It looks like it's pulled back 3%. It's a big fucking sell off. Which is weird because they just got another price target raise. I want to sell call December spreads on GMA when it's up, but all the call buy prices are jacked up. Is it always like this? Yeah, usually. But you're selling them, right? GME spread should be pretty decent right now. IV's pretty high. The 35 bear call is 12 on 12 on a max loss of, or sorry, $12 credit on a $38 loss for December. Yeah, it's almost like 50% of max risk. It's pretty good. It's 55% collateral. That's not too bad. It's gonna fucking fail or turn around. Support's getting a little bit weaker. Mm. Is this a bear flag? Yes. It's kind of a bear pennant. The flag already broke down. There was a flag back here. It seems like we're stuck in the chop range from Pickles Picks. Yep. It is unfortunate. There's more range in the chop range, but we're stuck in a very narrow part of it. No one's coming in and shorting vol here. Hmm. $59.90 support. It is, but not the strongest support in the world. Looks like NQ failed. Look, it keeps dragging down. Vol's still going up. They're not selling any puts. So it's support, but it's not being defended. At least not yet. And yeah, if we lose like the 88 level from earlier, that opens up the downside move to 70. Which should pretty much fill the gap. Still a big fat gap on ES. Down to like 58.91. Let me tell you, ES gaps really like to fill. Monthly GN is at 58.88, not 59.88. The ES gap is 59.91 to 605. Yeah, still just a little VIX spike though. Not a very big one. pushing through the 90 support a little bit. Ooh. Any reason for the big pump this morning? News? I didn't see anything major. There were a bunch of upgrades in the like early part of the day and right after market open. There was some sort of proposed truce between, what was it, Hezbollah and Israel. Well, the gap fill, what are your thoughts on using a stop buy on puts? We could. Hmm. Failed the retest at 95. Maybe we get a little bit of momentum to the downside here now. Hmm. We didn't sell very many puts. Start to sell some more. There's a better failure. Are you selling bull puts for today? I'm not right now. Oh. Nice. There's the gap. Almost the gap test. 605. Gap's at 605. 6005. For ES. Alright, Greg, we found a name for the meatball. Direct equity examination zones not using technical signals. D's nuts. Ooh, well played. Wait, I already have the other indicator named that. Coming in here to shill Gamma Strike. I made 100% on the meatball indicator, turned around and lost it instantly, but that's my fault, not the meatball's fault. Good job assigning blame, Carl. I still had an issue on volume, and I didn't set a stop on my SPX position, so I'm down $4,300. Let's go. It's definitely the meatball's fault. Wait, there is no meatball on... Okay. Fucking Christ. I love how degenerate Nuke is sometimes. I wonder how many times we're gonna find fucking support. There's not even that many puts sold here. Eh. Oh, come on. This has some volume. Keep pushing. NQ's still kind of weak, though. Gross. $60.19. A little bit more put selling. Well, he down 4.5% because Elon said jet should be replaced with drones. Who would make drones other than LMT? There's a lot of companies that make drones. Inverse Head and Shoulders on NQ. Like a really sloppy one. But yeah. Are you still trying to trade Boyle, Dork? No. No, Seal's not having a great time. Oh. I can fucking reject it again? Jesus Christ. What is that resistance? Admiral Rob Bauer, chairman of NATO Military Committee, calls on business in the bloc to prepare for wartime scenario. SPX 6500 in like a week. No, we're not going to 6500. I thought buying at 70 works every time. It did. It worked phenomenally well. Dork, how did you guys not make money on CL? It's probably pretty simple. It didn't sell when green, which is part two of the trade. It's buy at 70, sell when green. I bought up OC a few months ago. I think it would be able to get a nice entry and a correction. It's crazy how much it's gone up. OC? Huh. Wow. Not bad. That was kind of nuts. Diamond hands are shockingly bad for crude oil. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to decide if enough support to enter. Oh, that's not the way the trade works. It's set a buy order at 70 and then sell it. Usually like 71, but sometimes you get like 72 or 3 on the breakout. It's a really like key pivot point. But it's definitely not like oh, it's breaking out, I'm gonna confirm it and enter. It's just a buy order at 70. You're adding complexity to it, which ruins everything. What is the SCXW data down? Unknown reason? No, we know the reason. It has to do with API calls. But we have to fix a bunch of our data ingest in order to get it sorted out, and so we're in the process of doing that. It could tease us for a few days. That's possible. I mean, bulls are trying to build support above the gap. But yeah, I mean, illiquid breakouts like that are usually not super bullish. Even if they are, they don't last very long, generally. I'm more concerned about the 10% drawdown, given how leveraged futures are. Yeah, gross. CL's very leveraged. Upstart, what's a decent long buy price? Just wait till their balance sheet gets overloaded again and then buy it the next time it hits 20. There's still plenty of people willing to short Upstart. MQ rejection on VWAP gonna be what keeps MES from breaking up. Gross. $29, 48, 25. Mm. Fubo MOASS. It's up 13 cents. Fubo's been $1.50 for a year. Chill. Seriously? Deutsche Bank thinks they're headed for 7,000 by the end of next year. That's not very bullish. It's only half of this year's returns. I thought next year was supposed to be when the AI light finally shined through. Deutsche Bank underwater on US Treasuries. Yeah. The year is 2025. Headline CPI is 2%. Core CPI is 40%. SPX has just used 7,000 as support. All is well in JPOW land. No stag, no inflation. Yeah, except nobody cares if they pad the components of their business by using catchphrases, right? Like you can slap an AI sticker on anything. That doesn't mean your revenues are going to go up. I know they're going to short VIX hard right now, but it'd be cool if they didn't. They haven't really shorted it that hard on this entire bounce off of the failure point. Like this isn't. This is a fucking really low volume bounce. It's kind of shit. I was hoping they'd gain a little confidence on selling puts once we got above 95, but it appears they have not yet. I'd love a good VIX short so we can sell condors again for income. We can sell condors now. I mean, VIX is below 16. There's some volume. Neat. Yeah. People are getting excited about NVIDIA going back to 140. Ooh. Remember at 136.22 when I was like, NVIDIA looks like a good long back to 140? It's very interesting. Sold calls now all the way down to 60.10. There's a lot of call selling today. Fucking bears are relentless. Maybe that's why the bulls don't want to sell the puts. Although it'd be cooler if they did. Lovely, a head and shoulders. Hmm. Support on the trends. Not a head and shoulders yet. Although kind of close to one. I guess this could still break up. Maybe it's just a bear trap. There's a weird glitch on my end where NVIDIA isn't drilling to the Earth's core. Is anyone else seeing this? That's not me, Tom Tom. MQ found support though. I know, I'm watching the video. It's just a bear trap. Try to leverage up again and push to 605. That'd be cool. I'd love a retest of 6040. Dude, did we get a new all-time high ES this morning? No, we didn't. Volume fixed, although we'll be missing 2 hours of the trading day. Oh, awesome. Can you let everyone know in the, I can do it. I got it. Is it, is the fix live? Oh, okay, cool. Bear trap turned into a bull trap. Oh no. Oh, I got stopped out of my fucking NVIDIA calls. Fuck. Assholes. Yeah. Where was Condor when the Westfold fell? If Franks comes back from spawning, will you give him Gamma Strike for free? Yes. I don't think he'd use it. He's a frog, but is 90 a stronger support than earlier? A little bit, yeah. 85's picked up some sold puts. The problem still seems to be that 95 relative to 6,000 is quite lacking in interest. Hmm. Ooh, rough. Hmm. Isn't 85 looks like we dump? Yeah. Mm. 1 second. It's failed to create support again. God, this is fucking boring. Just auctions today? Yeah. I guess there was what, Chicago and Dallas Fed, right? Or National Activity Index and the Fed, Dallas Fed manufacturing. The bid to cover on the 3 and 6 month was pretty terrible. But apparently not terrible enough for us to fill the fucking gap on ES. What's up, man? No problem, Snickers. I'm struggling to understand the lack of continuation on these overnight pops. It seems like every time it just goes flat. Well, kind of running out of money. We need bigger moves and yields in the dollar. And today, the dollar and yields at the top end of the curve and the dollar are down. So we moved up overnight, but margin contracted. So made it harder for a move to the upside. Like a stronger move to the upside. It's kind of crazy to me that we pushed into the gap. Bulls on futures didn't just start taking profits right away. There we go. Futures back to 59.67 would be cool. What's this vol pick up here? Came out spot's already negative. Yeah, could still test 75 or 70. Looks like 75 is about where things start to bottom out. The correlation's pretty strong between those two things, AJ. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm 59.95. Asking for my 59.90C. Hmm. Interesting. Strong and resilient. SPY touched 600 today. I think I can reach 620 before the next major correction. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. VIX back to 1824 before that happens, though. VIX is suppressed. It'll explode first quarter of 2025, I think. When Trump gets into office. Yeah, 3-month volatility hasn't pulled back that much, though. It's still back up at 17, which is higher than it was a week ago. So longer run and volatility expectations are running a bit hotter. How long are you holding futures typically? Depends. Usually longer than a day. Like most of my futures trades are like swing trades, but not all of them. Like I'm pretty short term on CL generally. Um, Stuff like yen I've been in and out of for like over the course of years. So it really varies. I don't intraday trade futures a lot. I'm not particularly great at it. I tend to get chewed up on spreads. I used to be a bit better at it, but I'm very out of practice. But there's still some things I'll trade intraday on futures. Mostly just use it for hedging, though. Do you have a lot of crypto bro cousins, Bob? Is it due to liquidity or just to make it harder on retail? Probably both. Ten, 20, 30 are all part of the long end. And technically, anything over 2 years is part of the long end. 2 to 7's like mid. 10 and above is long. We're going back towards 610. Going back towards not above 90. Gamma doesn't fall off particularly hard to the downside here. It just falls off. There's just like less support. They went to sell some of the like 80, 75 on this last bounce, but maybe not enough of them. There's still profit taking. Long call positions at 85, 80, 75 have been taking profit. I think the short vol's kind of trying to fight back against the profit taking, but not in a really convincing manner. This morning's SMCI move makes me think 50 is possible before the end of the week. Is that greedy of me? That's what I have. I have 50 Jan calls. I'd like to see it get to like 65. I don't know if it'll do it by the end of this week, but I think it can. I think it's possible. Once it clears 40, it's pretty smooth sailing all the way up. And then it starts to run into some resistance around like 65 to 70, 67 to 70. Does the gap fill become increasingly less likely the longer they build support here? No, not really. I mean, it's a futures gap. I'm sure dealers are just really enjoying making money off of it not filling right now. I'm sure everybody and their mother is playing the massive ES downside gap, and it's very profitable to just let all their theta burn up. But it doesn't mean bulls are any more confident above the gap, right? So it's been bleeding, but not very quickly. Gamma doesn't fall off super fast to the downside. And so like the slow bleed down is it's just profitable. Ideal for the MMs. Every time we get one of these like snap 10, 20 point bounces, a bunch of people get stopped out on calls or puts that they overpaid for. Kind of the same deal on the call side too. All sellers are coming in a bit under 6K. That blue line's kind of important. I think that's where we failed uh, last week. Yeah. That's where we failed on the 14th. And then their new audit team goes, yeah, shit's fucked. We're out too. It's a distinct possibility. The MM is fucking cleaning up on these put spreads. Like a fucking 10% wicks. Futures isn't even bouncing here. Downside gap. So if this gap does fill, we'll go from slow grind down to big fast downs to 75-ish. If it fills, I mean, I think it's gonna just continue to fill slowly, for now at least. I don't like that. $28% and fucking 3 candles. And the contract's still in the fucking money. So stupid. Expect a collar test this week, 60-50. Not if yields and dollar keep declining. This week will get bearish really quick. If the leverage starts getting chewed up, they'll have to start backing down on the carry. I don't think that's what we're gonna get. I mean, I'm sure PC and GDP will bolster inflation expectations, and yields and dollar will go back up. But today they're going down, and there's no data to really change the momentum. Gamma's starting to get a little steeper to the downside as those in the money calls continue to take profits. They seem to be willing to take them at lower and lower levels too. Like now they're just taking profits at 87. Although I do think 90 would be better. Apparently they don't. That Q should be in a pretty good position to fucking dump too. I think the gap's filled there though. Like NQ back to 2800 doesn't seem out of the question. ES back to like 59.90, 59.91. Even back to like 59.67 wouldn't be crazy. Like a drop back to 67, then bulls sell more puts at like the 50, 60, 65 strikes. 50, 55, 60, 65. Build up more long-term support there, and then push back to like near 6K for close would probably be perfect. Today? It's a good day to do it. No data. Minutes are tomorrow. GDP is Wednesday, so it looks like all our mean reversion into GDP is going to be around 6K. Unless they can get a higher trading level by like end of day tomorrow off of the FOMC minutes. But I don't think the minutes are going to be that great. Because after the last meeting, all the Fed presidents did an about face on their rapid pace of rate cuts, and they're like, yeah, we think we're good now. I mean, they know they've narrowed the spread above the like for real rates far too much in an effort to get yields to come down, and yields haven't come down because bond sellers are saying fuck you, we don't believe you. And so those are your bond vigilantes just not showing up to auctions, not buying the US debt up and keeping rates elevated. I can't believe the yield curve is re-inverting while being the longest inversion. Yeah, well, YCC's been pretty effective, but no collar test tomorrow. It's not impossible. I mean, it's open, but the out of the money calls today got crushed. They'll have to rebuild the positioning to the upside. Or they'll have to squeeze short calls, which will require, like bullish data at least, and probably a stronger dollar, not a weaker one. I can finally. Jesus. Do we bounce here? Not necessarily. Maybe. Maybe if I just sell the fucking in the money put. Is that better? So like the 70, 85, 80. $3. Risky though. I think we could still go down a bit more. Okay, I got stopped out of my futures position. We'll put that back. Yeah, this could still go down more. All right, let's see. I want the that's the 75-80 vertical. 70-75. I'm gonna sell it for like 2. Oh, that's the wrong fucking account. 220. Am I still missing a fucking? Oh god, I still have one more day before I can sell puts on here. Just play the call side. Gap's not closed yet. Still got about $4 more downside on yes. Still want to sell those fucking puts though. Hmm. A little bit more downside still. Wonder if I can bottom tick this contract. Yield curve inverted and quite the move, yeah. Gaps filled. Looks like. Yep. Now let's bounce back to 59.90. I bottom ticked it so far. Yeah, so far. There's still a chance to test 70 here, but I think bulls will start selling the puts early while vol's up. The SPX gap isn't closed, even though the futures gap is. So I feel like this is a great opportunity for bulls to try to pump the V and burn the out of the money puts, which will give them momentum to the upside. It's like the bot puts 70, we just get fucked, which would be interesting. Although I guess bears could leverage up here, but that'd be weird. That almost never happens above GN. Plus the dollar drops under like 105. I don't think we have to worry about that. Yeah, it's bouncing back to 107. Getting like a weird fucking twitch in my right eye. Oh, stop that. Oh, I have to leave early today. I forgot. I'm probably gonna have to take off around like 2:30. Had a decent amount of sleep yesterday. I went to bed pretty early, or just woke up and then like very early this morning. I think I went to bed at like 9 or something. I went to bed at 9, woke up at like 2. And then I put up pickles picks and went back to bed. I'm trying to turn my schedule around because lately I've needed to trade futures pretty early in the morning because of my oil, like the oil positions, and it's been fucking up my very little sleep. previously my schedule was perfectly tuned so that I would get like 4 hours, 4.5 hours of sleep a night, and then be up for like market open. But sometimes I can't get out of like overnight contracts that easily, or they're just running, which is, you don't want to close them. And then that leaves me getting like 2 hours of sleep, which is not enough. I can't do that. Are you going to the DMV? No, I just have a doctor's appointment. Yeah, I don't want to get burned out. I've gone through burnout a bunch of times, so I'm well aware I gotta mix some things up to avoid it. 3 years of doing this shit day in, day out is starts to feel like a job, which sucks. You're gonna just sit down here and burn up a bunch of theta. Gross. Yeah. I know. Science supports 7 hours a night. That varies though. Some people don't need 7 hours a night. I don't think I do. I've made it through the majority of my adult life on like 4 to 5 hours of sleep. Almost all of my adult life. If I sleep more than that, I feel like shit. I've had sleep studies done. They said I was pretty good at like 5. 4 is a little short, but I feel better rested at 4 than at 5. We got the SPX gap fill too. Interesting. That's not great for bulls. Especially with the puts they just sold there. Hmm. They need to catch it here or they're gonna get fucked. I think that's true for NQ also. Yeah. Yeah, NQ's got a little bit more wiggle room, but not much. Nope. Friday low 67. Low before close was 67.79. Gap at 82. Alright. Where's the vol short? There's no way it's not advantageous to sell the puts here. As long as your blood pressure is fine, it should be good. Yeah, no blood pressure problems. No signs of heart disease or anything like that. I thought after sitting in a chair for 2 years I'd be like pre-diabetic, but apparently I'm not. So that's cool. One second. Yeah, I got new monitors and I set them up yesterday and they fucking suck. It's the worst purchase I've ever made. Why? They're flat. They were supposed to be curved. The thing on Amazon said they were curved. Yeah, well, that's what I did. I bought the $80 ones and I'm going to return these. Well, not 80. They're like 140, but yeah, I got the curved ones. Yeah, I'm absolutely returning them. They fucking so weird. I don't even know why anybody would ever use a flat panel monitor for anything. It's actual garbage. They're AOC. I like AOC monitors. I know they're kind of shitty, or on the shittier end. Like they're not like Gigabyte or fucking LG, Samsung, but I think they're arguably better for the price. They're way better. 27 1440. Yeah, but I got the mini LED panels instead of the VN panels because I was like, oh, it'd be nice to have better color. No, dog shit. You want IPS? I actually don't like IPS. Too much contrast is rough when you're looking at a computer screen for 14 hours a day. Like I used to have a big OLED monitor, but I got rid of it. Like I had like a I don't know what size it was, or Q whatever OLED. It didn't burn in because I didn't keep stock charts on it, but I'm sure if it did, it would have. Like the like grayish black of the VN panels is actually a lot better for doing this all day. It's CRT, so I could just get a suntan. Maybe. Valid. When I first started trading, I had a fucking like 50-inch commercial plasma display. That thing was fucking awesome. But it burned out and I couldn't buy the like PCB thing anymore. Jesus fucking Christ, plasma. They never should have gotten rid of them. They were the best. That's what I have, but like now that I'm running all the gamma strike shit also, I'm running out of like real estate on my screens and it's annoying when I'm trading because I usually have like one monitor where I keep all the stream shit, one monitor where I keep my trade shit, and then I use the vertical monitor for like Discord and YouTube chat. But I need more. I need to go like 3 or 4 wide. VM, VA, maybe a VA. Is it VA? Whatever. The V one, not IPS. I actually hooked up to my 55-inch TV. I can see your big head, nice and clear. Thanks. Maybe guy does technical publications. He has 4 verticals set up. That sounds awful. I don't like ultra wides. I just run into like resolution problems. Some of the broker apps have big issues with the ultra wide monitors. You like full screen it and you get black bars on the side. It's just the worst. I could go 4K. Hmm. Fidelity probably didn't support anything beyond 1024 by 768 until 2019. I'm not even sure they support 1080p currently. The original 37-inch Panasonic Plasma was, yeah, Panny Plasmas were amazing. I forget the brand. I had like it was like a commercial plasma display, but I don't remember what the brand was. It was it was like a weird company. It was like they make like car shit, like car audio shit, but they also made uh commercial plasma displays. No, it wasn't Yamaha. No. Pioneer? I think it was Pioneer. Yeah, it was Pioneer. Go EV breaking up? No. I think yeah, that's not doing much. If they're able to secure any rescue funding, though, they're gonna blow out the $50 puts and short calls, or 50-cent puts and short calls. You check out the brand and commercial plasma market, or just NEC panels. Yeah, I mean now it's like everything's just LG panels, right? Like all the OLED shit, it's just LG. What happened to the Almighty V? Bulls are still trying to build support, or more support here. They're selling the puts. I mean, they're just not selling enough of them. They also got wrecked pretty hard, so they spent way too much time trying to hold the like 80, 85 level, and they really shouldn't have. But they have a lot of support here. Like the Bulls have like a shitload of support at 70 and 65. It might just take them a while to push up off the support. No, I'm not in GoAV at all. I only ever sold puts on it, and I generally just closed them when they went up. And for put selling for a while, it was really good. But like after, I don't know, it was like after the August correction, it just got shitty. Like I think I was getting ready to like sell them at $2, and it just kept dropping. And it looked really weak, and liquidity was expanding, so I just didn't sell them. And ever since then, all it's done is go down. No, I have $5 synth longs for 2026 on beyond. I'll probably add to them if it continues to chop around here. I don't have a very big position on it though. Like a few grand. No, nothing major. But Beyond's been good for that for a long time, turning a few grand into 6 grand. Trying to learn synthetic. You sell a put and you buy a call. It's not very complicated. Yeah. Well, I mean, otherwise it's not a synthetic long anymore. You can get more long side leverage on a combo. Those are combos, synthetic combos. Can they V this? Yeah. Yes. Losing 70 is not great. But yeah, they can. There's a shitload of in the money sold puts all the way up to like 59.90, 6,000. So, I mean, technically they could bounce it all the way back pretty easily. There's not a lot of short positioning on the chain. And this is, I mean, we're already at the bottom of gamma. The only reason we're dropping is because some of the put sellers are getting shaken out, but not very many of them. Gamma's still very positive here overall. So we're not like below GN or anything. There's the big fall short. Man, they really fucking let it burn down before they did it. Where do they get an advantage to the upside here? Uh if they get it above 82, they're good to run it up to like back to 6K. So that blue line where the gap is. Crowd hit a bit after the bottom. Did I? don't know. I don't like crowd below 370. Sold off a bit hard today. If it gets back above 70, I might buy in again. But it's only got one day before earnings, so it's really risky. If you got a runner, fine. I mean, 70's resistance, so you could try to play like the 60 to 70 bounce, which might not be bad. But NQ's going to need to turn around pretty hard for that to come back. Anything past 6K, or is that the ceiling for today? It's not the ceiling, and it's still early enough that positioning could shift. But right now, I don't think we're getting above it. Like if we break 82 in the next 20 30 minutes, I don't think we're getting above 6,000 unless it's like maybe after like 2:30, and only if we're already at 6K. So I could see us pushing up into it, chopping a bunch, and then later in the day, maybe 610, 620. But I think if we push back up right now, it's the top. No upside confirmation until 82. Well, we can fall back into the short puts if we don't get above 82. If we get above 82, we stabilize on the long calls and start squeezing out the short calls that came in earlier. So, I mean, a lot more upside pressure in that range, which will help keep prices elevated. Here, yeah, I mean, we could just sell back off again. Gamma's still negative down here. So you just slide back down if the breakout fails. I would say that a break of like 78's probably the signal, then break of 82 would be the confirmation. Fubu gonna hit $1.80 today or tomorrow? I have no idea. Fubu doesn't even look that bullish. It's just chopping. Wonder if we get some more out of the money call interest. Probably not. Hmm. Ridiculous. Anyway, I would say like 90, 95 right now. It's more likely. Like back to here. So look at that thing. Like that. Okay. Somewhere in there. Did you say 78 was the confirm for a move up? 78.56. Yeah. I guess technically 79.19. Yeah, I don't think that'll matter too much. Two-year auction coming. Yep. Yield before auctions 4.292. 69 billion. Biden and Macron are going to announce a Hezbollah ceasefire within 36 hours, supposedly, as reported by RTRS on Twitter. It did not print a tail. High yield 4.274. Bid to cover 2.77. The Fed bid anything for it? Fed bid 4.7 billion. A little better liquidity on the tier than the last time. All right, gamma moves positive here. Should be a pretty clear shot if we break 82 to 90. So right there. Roughly. 87 test. Give me 10x 0 DT. Well, these are 0.6 so far. If they go on the money, there'll be more. If we end the day at 60-10 or 60-20, even more than that. Auction's out of the way, so bulls should be more comfortable shorting vol now. They've still got sold puts all the way out to 60-20, 60-20, 25. Some of this is going to be dependent on future buyers coming in above 6,000. We had them earlier. Now that the gap's filled, maybe they'll be a bit more aggressive. 6004 still resistance on ES, which we're very close to on SPX. We're at like 6,000 right now. But if we break above 5604, or I'm sorry, 6004 on ES, 6034 is the next upside target. So that's a pretty good range. It's roughly like our high for the day. I can mark that on this chart too. Um, there's the gap fill. Full V on a break of 87. You're just casually printing money. Yeah. You could do this too, Dork. You can afford $2 contracts. Don't lie to me. In the past, tails were bullish, so no tail means also bullish. Well, the yield curve's reinverted, so yes. The difference there is the yield curve inversion, the 10-2 inversion. So when it's uninverted, the no tail is bad for equities. Reinverted no tail great for equities. At least on the short end. I can also afford a Miata. Decisions. Yeah, make money greater than have shitty tiny car. Literal clown car. What are you gonna drive it to the NYSE? Was I short the drop? I was, right? I shorted the drop. Yeah, I shorted the drop on futures and options. Okay, good. I know I sold a bunch of puts, but I couldn't remember if I shorted the drop or not. I think penny to dollar leverage on CLs ruined the markets for me. I used to have a Honda S2000. That car was fucking fun. Way too small, but fun. I'll buy $2 contracts if you buy me a Supra. Why do you need a new car? Didn't you just spend a bunch of money fixing the piece of shit you already own? Yeah, need. You're not at a place in your life where you can spend discretionary money yet. You're just sitting there with all your fucking home equity based on your Zestimate. All this market analysis, Dork, and you're not gambling on any of it. I almost bought a 70K Supra in 2021. Instead, I lost all that money on puts. How long have you just been buying out of the money puts for? Also, how did you lose money on puts in 2021? There were so many fucking crazy corrections that year. Wait, is that a pickup track? You should. You gotta get the one with the Corvette engine in it. Morning, Kirk. How high can we go? Well, we got a full reversal at 59.87. We're starting to get a little bit of upside interest around 6,000. Gamma peaks at 59.90, but there's a secondary peak at 6K. So I think off this potentially we could retest 6,000. I don't think we get much higher than that right now though. We'd have to start squeezing out some of the short calls, which we're kind of doing, but above 6K that becomes a lot fucking harder. And while people might be bullish on the slightly okay 2-year auction, it's not that great. Also, futures still hasn't broken 604, which is probably concerning. It looks like it will. It just hasn't. This truck was 3K. It didn't even have a tack. Top speed, 85 miles per hour. Making money on a call and a put in the same trading session just hits different. You know it's even better? When you buy puts, sell double the puts you bought, and then use the credit to buy calls. If you end up like short strangled into close and you've made money on long puts and long calls on the spread in price action, you're gonna have the hardest boner. One sec. More or less hard versus 50xing a 25-cent call after making money on puts earlier that day. That's just because you were bullish and didn't close your call, though, wasn't it? That's not because you actually bought a 25-cent call. I've actually bought 25-cent calls and had them go to like 5,000, 6,000 before. You need some crazy like end of month shit. May 31st. Oh yeah, was that the day that I got fucking stopped out of the calls that would have made me like 100 grand? Or like 100, it was like 130 grand. Ugh, that was the worst. Better potential reward on it? Yeah. I mean, I was pretty confident in the move back to 90. Why not buy the 90? Above 90, a little less confident, but yeah, that was fucking nuts. That was like a 250 point day or something from the low. This is a crazy candle on Tesla. I have no idea. Mm, that's a lower high on ES. some profit taking here. Okay, that's fine, as long as there's not too much of it. Gold future is doing great today. It makes me glad I sold 95%. Oof. The bounce on trend was pretty awesome. Did you buy like the 54 or 5500 level? 2500 level? Sorry. Too much fucking SPX. GLD 240s? Oh, okay. If it gets a higher low, that's kind of bullish as fuck. But the head and shoulders is done. So if it fails trend, maybe back to 2300. 25 or 23. You got the bottom tick. Nice. Anyone else seeing all black screen? You might have. I switched windows. Okay, broke out, retest. Support. Needs support here. Okay. A little bit of support, not a lot of volume. Not bad though. Even those two. Nice. Trading during the day is so much easier when you don't have a job in your ear all day. Yeah, I'd imagine it is. Yes, needs to hold 6K. Looks kind of bullish. That looks a little less bullish. How's the 1 minute? Not too bad. Yeah, a little overextended. Although I still think this is just profit taking. Which means maybe we get a little bit of repositioning around here. I don't like being back below 82, though. Futures is holding 6,000, however. Like a low tapped 59,997 or 59,999.75 on the low. But that's fine. As long as it doesn't lose 6K. Falling back below 59,995 would be pretty shitty. Well, we've got event risk off the table until like 2 p.m. tomorrow, so I don't see why they wouldn't just short the fuck out of vol here. They've already shorted a ton of puts in the money. So it's not like I'm confident for no reason. Slow news day. Last week was crazy. It's not that slow of a news day. We've got Biden and Macron trying to broker a peace deal with Hezbollah. A lot of geopolitical shit. Hmm. Interesting. Mm. Hmm. I don't like the lower high here. Hmm. Yes, is still holding 6K. Yeah, I think this is gonna dump. There's some vol selling. People are ridiculous. Trying to squeeze out the sold calls. Moved up 4 cents, guys. Let's take a breath. Fubo's not up. Fubo's still at $1.50. Oh, who gives a shit? Let me know when it's $5. Is it on the meeple indicator for green? I doubt it. Mm-mm. Hmm. I mean, bulls are repositioning here, so I mean they're starting to sell more vol. They've probably got a handle on it. ES finally broke 604. It looks like it's stable. We got a full reversal on a break of 87 or ES 6007, 6750. And if they can get the 90 strike in the money, then they can really leverage up. They'll have a nice big fat support to push off of. Still fighting back against call sellers right now, though. What an exceptionally wide V. Yeah, weaker. Bulls are just weak. I mean, they're running out of money. And the dollar going down today doesn't really help that. Dollar's still down 60 points. It was higher an hour ago. 10 years down almost 3% today. Which is weird because Fed Fund futures expectations haven't changed at all. I don't know why inflation expectations are shifting. Could just be de-risking in the carry because of the positive economic news out of Japan last night. But that would be an awful lot of de-risking for, like, what was it, the coincident index? I have NVIDIA puts and a 6005 call. Why does it feel like both may print at the same time? Well, I have no idea what NVIDIA puts you have, but I'm not sure that's going to be accurate. They could, but NVIDIA's still struggling with VWAP a bit. It'll be hard for S&P to move higher if NVIDIA's actually selling off. But it has support at 136, so the new Treasury pick guy said bond market isn't pricing in inflation. It's all projected growth. Bullshit. Tell that to all the people short treasuries. Is GN a reasonable target over the next month or two? I hope it happens sooner than that. I only have December OPEX calls on target. Let's see, the NVIDIA sell-off we don't like. NQ reversal's still kind of dog shit. I'll just take my 60% and call it a fucking day. Risk of this just getting rugged? Decent. Gamma still falls off really sharply to the downside. So a fail back to like 70 is not impossible from here. Not at all. There's the gap fill. Ugh, these monitors are like harder to see. Need more volume. Hmm. Riley popping, getting some covering, hopefully. Yeah, it's up 15% today. I'd like to see it get back to 17 bucks. What's up, Dega? Oh. Yeah, I have to like sit on a different side of my desk now because these stupid fucking monitors. It looks like they're sitting out this week. Usually pretty dull. Really? I always like this week. Options are cheap into the end of the week, so you tend to get like people over leveraging shit. Also, we have a lot of data for a holiday week. Get back up there and retest VWAP. Jesus Christ. Chances of a red day? Kind of slim. Um, really struggling with resistance on the ES. That's that 607 test. Mm. God, Kenny is making so much money in this range. Like just in here, just picking up just fuck tons of money, stopping everyone out of everything. That's why I don't have stops, because it's like a fucking 40% swing on every candle. Stop has have been vicious. Yeah, they are. It's on both sides too. They're fucking hitting the calls and the puts. I think overall positioning is getting more bullish, but like the repositioning from the bulls is a little bit stronger. But they're not shying away from selling the 90 call. Interestingly, they're not selling the 95 or the 6,000 nearly as much. I'm not going to be able to hang out until Charm kicks in, though. That just kind of sucks. Because I feel like that's where this would break. There's some short vol. Don't worry, I can take over. Everyone will be broke when you get back. I'm not taking time for myself. I just have to go. I have to go to an appointment. And the doctor I'm going to see closes at like their office closes at 4, so I take off during the trading day, which I fucking hate doing. I'll be back before the end of the day, I think. It's only like a 20-minute walk. If I take an Uber, it'll like 2 minutes there, 3 minutes back. Let your calls ride while you're gone. If we get over 59.90 before I go, I will. Trend retest. Lime scooter back while streaming. Ugh. I hate taking off during the trading day, but I could usually put an AirPod in and listen to you while I gotta do what I gotta do. But I guess that's not the same for you. No. I just learned McRibs are actually pork shoulder. False advertising. Yeah. Mechanically separated pork shoulder. I actually lost like 60K one time when I went to the allergist. Definitely won't be the first time he sat there trading on his phone while he's waiting for the doctor on the little exam table. Well, if we get over 90, I can throw a stop on him and just fucking go do what I gotta do. But until they're in the money, I can't really do that. I don't want to see the new Gladiator movie. The first one had a really definitive fucking ending. There shouldn't be a new one. Because you don't need to make a sequel of everything. But they're out of ideas. There's millions of books that they can turn into movies. They're literally never out of ideas. Yeah, that's the problem is they don't want to make flops anymore. There's no risk taking. I tried naming my son Maximus Decimus Meridius. My wife said no. That sucks. Although he wouldn't have grown up with other people who thought it was cool. They'd just be like, "You have a weird name." I blame quants for our sucky movies. Yeah, that's accurate. Hear me now, Twilight type movie, but with centaurs. That's gonna have sexual connotations that didn't exist with vampires and werewolves. R rated, at least. Hmm. Mm, hmm. It falls negative below 81. Thanks for everything, Gherkin. I made a lot of money today. Awesome, Starscream. Well done, man. I'm glad to hear it. Unfortunately, Ridley Scott finally got his Megalopolis movie. It was one of the biggest bombs of all time. Was it bad, or just nobody wants to go to the movie theater? Coppola. Oh yeah, Coppola. Thanks for everything, Gherkin. I got blown up today. Would you stop buying options while you're programming? 1 second. Ooh, nice. I don't know if it's too long and heady for most audiences. I don't know if it's outright bad though. Hmm. Certainly SPX can hold for 10 minutes, turns into 30 minutes. Morgan Freeman, it never holds. Yeah. Why don't you buy like one DTE so you have more flexibility? Or are you just hoping we close the day at like 50 or like 60-20 and you don't have to worry about it? What did you have? To be honest, I care too much about customers losing money on bad data. Yeah, especially while you're losing money on bad data too. What are your thoughts on the film Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? It's pretty good. I kind of hate George Clooney, but I like him in that movie. The Godfather trilogy started showing its age 30 years ago. Got him. Oh Brother is a remake of the Odyssey. There was like another movie that the Coen brothers borrowed from also. I don't remember what it was called though. Ooh, nice. I fucking love that. Subway's garbage. All fast food sandwich places are trash. When you're eating low quality foods, it's best to go to the places that are the most expensive. Because that's the last place you want corners cut, right? Is on your shitty low quality food. What's your favorite Italian deli in New York City? Um, in Manhattan, there's not much. There's like Faccios and maybe like Milano. Out in like Queens and Brooklyn, there's a lot more of them. But like Midwestern consumer sentiment said, Gen Z's killing the sandwich. New York's never been like big on Italian delis though. Like pizza, yeah, but not really delis. Most of the like famous delis are Jewish or like bodegas and shit. That's why there's like a few more of them out in Brooklyn, and there used to be some in the Bronx. Thanks for the commentary. Port's up 20%. It's past two. Market's chopping. I'm done for the day. I'm withdrawing my 20% from the trading account. Nice. I didn't know this was a political thing. It's not political. Jersey Mike's is dog shit. All their cold cuts are like compressed. It's nasty. What's a bodega? Like a corner store? The birthplace of the chopped cheese, a generational sandwich that Gherk loves. I do not love chopped cheeses. They're fucking disgusting. Motherfucker, man. Every fucking time with this bullshit. Just go up. Good. Yeah. Fucking bull trap them. I wish somebody would shake Kenny out. Christ. It stopped going up when I bought my call. Why would you buy your call up here? This is your fault. You're part of the problem. It's probably you and AJ. Huh. That's weird.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar, gak gak gak. I was mistaken for a pour at my beloved Costco. I remembered they had Chemus but couldn't find it. I asked the employee and he told me where it was. Then he told me they have Bonanza, which is by Chemus. I almost told him I'm a PW. F the pause. Cuckoo 3.
I don't know what any of those things are. What the fuck is Camus? Sounds like wine. Oh, okay. I hate wine. It's grape juice. Yeah, I hate wine. It's gross. You're gonna bounce on 59.81? 60? Ooh, no. Was there news? What the fuck is this shit? The U.S. does not believe it has an agreement on Lebanon 1 minute ago. Fantastic. Who gives a shit? This better just be an excuse to sell more pets. So oil back up? Ooh. I'm gonna put my order of CL at 70 again. I don't know why oil went down. It's not like Lebanon's a powerhouse. Because people are short oil. um, I'll be back. I'll be back before market close. Alright, I'm back. Yep. I came back for 15 minutes of expiry options. Are you Bruce Willis from Unbreakable? Oh, that movie is fucking terrible. It's probably the worst possible day for 15-minute options. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab. Are you beating the SPX? It's bleeding. It's really not. Bulls just can't get a leg up on the sold call positioning. It's crushing all the gamma at spot, and market makers are robbing everybody on the spread. But it could be worse. ES is trying to break up and retest the trend that we failed earlier. Just hasn't broken up. If it fails here, that's actually really bearish. We go back to like 59.40 or 59.06. Did you read the part where I called you dad? Yeah, I know. And that's okay. I'm sure you already have a father that's more than willing to beat you, Sahib. You don't need a second one. Give us an SMCI price range prediction for end of week, please. I don't fucking know. Literally anything could happen with it. It could get delisted tomorrow. I hope it gets up to 65. I have $50 leaps. You should have already made money. If you didn't, you bought in too late. Yeah, somewhere between 0 and 65 is a great price for SMCI. Damn, Riley's picking up some fucking IV. Nice. Go time. Someone's paying off their debts. The video doesn't look so hot. No, no, it doesn't. But it's still holding 36. And there's support at 30. 30, 32. Why is Riley moving? No idea. Legitimately, I don't know. There hasn't been any news since the beginning of the month. At the end of this month, they're supposed to take a bunch of money they got from selling off all those brands earlier this month. Or, well, last month, I guess. They raised a bunch of cash, and they sold off like part of the wealth business, and then they sold off a bunch of brands for like 300 million something, which should help them pay off their near-term obligations and allow them to start reinvesting. If they do that, they might be able to issue some debt, which would bail them out of the franchise group bankruptcy, ideally. A little bit of volume coming in, yeah. If Seeking Alpha can make up a reason, so can you. I mean, I bought it because I expect them to pay off some of those short-term obligations. I expect their credit rating will improve, and they'll have access to some debt, which can help them, roll off the remainder of the franchise group losses, and start reinvesting. Their returns and performance prior to this shit show and fraud wasn't bad. Also, fraud, which is, as we know, the most bullish thing. I'm going long fraud all over the place. Carvana, Root, SMCI, Riley, and it's just printing stacks. Tesla. Microsoft pumping for no reason? Could be fraud. Have you thought about that? No, that's why GME is not exciting. Not enough fraud. Just a lot of incompetence. Now, if it was fraudulent incompetence, I'd be bullish as fuck. When does Fubo get some of this fraud? I hate to tell you, but they seem to be a legitimate company, just trying to get some market share. I know it's not very exciting. Why did Apple just gigapump end of day and bull time? What's the rule? If Nvidia is going down, then you have to buy something else with a $3 trillion market cap. There's only two other companies. There's only three stocks that you can buy. Yes, rotation. Wait, over here. I'd really like to close at 6,000. We have 5 minutes. Oh man, that looks exciting. Let's zoom all the way in. The 90 strike is net sold calls, so if we can push up into it, there won't be enough sold puts closing to offset the calls closing, which can trigger an end of day squeezy, and then we could go maybe back to 95 or 6,000, 96. I don't know, it probably won't get 6,000, but a little bit of a potential to pop in the next 5 minutes. Provided profit taking doesn't crush this. Was Friday monthly OPEX? The Friday before last was the 15th. I hope you're right. I don't care if I am or not. That's the beauty of it. I could lose hundreds of dollars all day. Ooh, Jimmy's doing a little thing. How are ETF FTDs this month? I didn't look at them. Did you buy that Carhartt kitty from Costco? They don't sell Carhartt at Costco. They don't. But at least not at my Costco's. Two-minute pumpies. It's gonna be so disappointing when this closes at 59.87. Ew. NQ volumes dropping off into close. $59.84. No, I don't think we have enough time. Poop. Kenny crushed another spread. Well done. Tesla's getting wrecked. Well, it's a piece of shit. What did Elon drop? Fucking Trump's toilet paper or something? Ding ding. Yeah, GME had a little bit of ARB covering there into the end of the day, but it looks like that's flatlining out into close. So double top at at the prior high, not even slightly lower high. Gross. Um, Vol's picking up a little bit, which is usually bullish, but I don't know what the ETF FTDs look like over the next few days. They shouldn't really be until like the end of this week, but sometimes you get a little bit of covering pressure early. Maybe the holidays too. UBS coming in strong and talking well-deserved shit about Tesla. Nice. Yeah, so not a lot of price improvement today. Didn't manage to hold above the 6,000 level. Rejection there at the 2 standard deviation VWAP was pretty clean. We got a lot of sold calls piled to the upside. We might get a downside continuation if the overnight sees ES fall back below 6,000. The fact that we haven't moved back up to retest the trend is really odd. But I would expect that we would see at least a retest of 60-18, 60-20 before failing. Like this breakout, these aren't really bullish, generally speaking, which I kind of mentioned last night. Like these low liquidity breakouts are usually pretty bearish, and they usually fill back, which it did. Well, we got the gap fill today, but it's possible. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we get a little move up and retest the trend overnight. I think that's where this should head to. At least 15. But after that test, it could fail and get a downside continuation. That will probably depend a lot on the dollar. The dollar has been climbing pretty much all quarter at this point, but today it saw a little bit of a pullback alongside yields. I don't really think anything was reasonable cause for the drop in the dollar and the reversal in yields. There was some promise of peace talks between Israel and Hezbollah, which may have driven some of that. But by the end of the day, the White House was reporting that they didn't expect to see any kind of agreement anytime soon. So it's possible that we just, are getting some short covering, profit taking. It could also be that the yen is hitting around 725, which is about 13 cents over where the PBOC has it pinned, and they might be going long the top end of U.S. Treasuries as well. Sometimes that can crush the dollar also. And the drop in gold coinciding with that, especially like 300 points, leads me to believe that that might be the case. But they're not super transparent with their operations generally. Anyway, commodities obviously down a bit today. Oil recovered a tiny bit into the back half of the day, but not much. I mean, obviously, it shouldn't have dropped with news about Lebanon anyway. Hezbollah isn't like a big well, yeah, I don't think there's really an effect on the oil market. They're just shorting news at this point, or maybe a decline in risk premium and just piling into the vol falling off. Core 1 month, kind of double bottoming here, broke down a bit in the middle of the day. I think we're still seeing a bit of a spread. Short term between core 1 and 3. Not as much of one as we were getting before. Before we were getting more distinct divergence. These seem to be kind of coming together now, which should be bullish in the short term.
Carry trade leverage fell off really hard today. 8.2 from 8.5 last week. I don't know what the forward yield on vol is, but I'd imagine it's not much better. Forward yield on vol is about -4. Didn't even hit positive today. As the yield curve reinverts, they should be able to get the forward yield on vol down even further, and that is something we did have today, is yield curve reinversion. Bond vol fell Friday, but it's going to be back up again today. Skew still rocketing, so not a lot of tail risk being hedged right now. 71% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, which is getting relatively close to our recent highs. At least since August, we haven't really seen more than like 80% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average at any given time. VIX pulled back really hard, obviously. Big vol shorting still going on. We saw them doubling down on a lot of that today. But Fed Fund futures still pricing in 0.4 cuts by June of next year. And the yield 10 2-year curve remained inverted into close at -0.001%. So just one little bipple ahead. That's irrelevant. From a technical perspective, the topic of the new high and a failure here, especially with that new all-time high so close to the prior one, is not a strong signal. If we get a down day tomorrow, and we lose 59.38, that would be a reversal. Actually, if we lose 59.38 this week, that might be a reversal. And a failed breakout. So a failed bounce off the EMA 30, which would then, we'd be targeting 59.69, 5,700 for a continued breakdown into the new month. So kind of at a very tentative level here. We'll have to see how that goes. What? I've been long SMCI since it was like $20. The fuck are you talking about? No problem. Yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I'll have Pickles picks out tonight and all that. Everybody have a great night. Later.